Alright, there we go. Is it finished now? Ugh. There. Sorry about the slight hiccups there.
Our exploration using this stone as a hub.
But we can now continue on through the gate here. Alright.
It's meaningless. The lot of it is mad.
I should have technically pulled out all mace as well for ice vulnerable enemies. But it's fine. Go ahead and cure that with a panacea real quick. The silence, I mean. Oh. Gonna breathe petrifying breath here. Get rid of at least some of the goblins here. Hit her Boston at the very least. Use Full Moon to iframe that. Oh. Weren't quite able to get the jump slash in. We're able to block the silence that time. We'll go ahead and cast Abyssal Anguish right here while we're below it. And let's see if we can get us. Nope. Not gonna let us get Stone Jungle off. I believe they're actually weak to lightning, so we'll go ahead and activate our feint. Doing another petrifying breath there. You know what? We do have a poison on us. Go ahead and use this. Cure our poison. Use that to finish topping off our stamina. And there it goes. And go ahead and grab the materials from it.
Have we sufficient stores of oil? When jumping down a ledge, judge well the distance.
We should go ahead and activate our lantern now. Well, it's not quite dark enough to need it. So we'll wait just a bit. That way we don't have to keep relighting it. Go ahead and cut off the Saurian's tail as it jumps at us or getting the vial as. Run past a few of the Saurians here. And it's an Elder Ogre. Oh. Didn't see that Saurian there. We'll go ahead and continue on, though. Reach the first gate of the bosses for Bitter Black, the Gazer here. Go ahead and heal up. Top our stamina off. And we'll pre-buff. Just a little bit. Looks like we got a magical curative here, too. A couple of them. You can parry the gazes, by the way, like that. I don't believe it will hit the eye directly, so it won't do any damage to them, but you can at least parry them and not have to hide behind stuff. Trying to get our pawn to come over.
Two arms.
Come on. This is why sometimes it's nice to just do a solo run, by the way. Sometimes pawns are very smart. Sometimes they are not. But now that it's getting closer, we can jump on the eye and start slashing away. Get a little lower so we get more hits in. Oh, didn't see that ability was active. Perfect. And since he's targeting us, let's go ahead and heal here, by the way, so we don't have the slightly annoying visuals there. Go ahead and use Antler Toss here. It'll do some good damage. And there we go. He should be low enough he does his special move now. Oh hey, look. Macabre statue. And we'll go ahead and activate Abyssal Anguish again. While we have the chance here. And there we go. By the way, part of the reason we're going through as Mystic Knight for this, the living armors, or at least the single living armor we are required to fight. Oh, well, our pawn just decided to go and smack the cannon with Calamitous Lunge there, it looked like, going off the number. But the reason we're going with Mystic Knight is later on we're required to fight a living armor. And to even damage living armors, you have to do magic damage. And I don't believe I have enough magical items for me to be able to do it while on a warrior. I don't want to have to rely on pawns either. So we'll just be running through as Mystic Knight for that very reason. At least for this first one. I may swap it after. We'll go ahead and unlock the shortcut right here. Grab the lore.
What's this?
And we'll continue on here. We can actually do the entire first trip, if anything.
Greatest
Dark
regret
grows more
is
oppressive.
that I will not see my homeland.
There!
Forgive me,
And by the way, when you have those cinematic cutscenes like that, you are not technically stopped, so be careful. If you want to play this game for yourself, you can just run off a cliff as one of those cutscenes plays. And we can't really fight death right now. Well, it sounds like our pawn got hit by death. Yep. And we weren't quite able to stagger the skeleton there. Oh. And I got stagger lock. Hold on. We'll go ahead and activate Abyssal Anguish so we can stagger them. We don't have quite enough stagger power without it. It also does full restore our health, so we don't have to use healing, or any of our healing items. Since I didn't grab too many overall. I could technically run by everything. I'm just running by the zombies there, because, well, that's over there, and I'm trying to get our pawn to not be over there. Doesn't look like it succeeded, though. Oh. Skeleton decided to use Blink Strike there. And just parry him. Since it's our best source of holy damage, might as well. As you can hear, death is still around. He won't be once we go back in there. He does not stay between area transitions. Those things are quite tanky without ice damage, so go ahead and leave them. And this will be an awful area to fight the Cursed Dragon. It is technically the first one we can fight. But you got all these cursed pawns here. Go ahead and remove the silence there again. And we'll actually swap back to Eden's Ward. I believe they're slightly weak to fire. Their main element they're weak to is actually ice. Or not ice, light, I mean. I was still thinking of Saurians there. finish off some of these pawns. Corrupted pawns are a little annoying on hard mode, by the way, because they're, without being on a warrior, they're very hard to stagger. As you can probably tell. So they'll just swing through anything you do. And you're also easier to stagger. There we go. Because I'm already out of potent warish, which is what I had to hot bound there. Go ahead and use the King's Warish. Use a few more of our mushrooms and get the key here.
I gave body and soul to this cause, and for what?
I don't have any magical chariots, but go ahead and have those damage his heart there. And do a little bit of AI manipulation to get him to keep doing the same attack over and over. That's a grab, so we'll avoid it. And keep parrying him here. Damage his heart. Reapply our riposte here. Get out of the way of that. Keep getting out of the way of that move. We did at least set him on fire. There we go. And avoid him there. He's in that animation long enough we can actually get this off. As long as he doesn't do a swipe. That may allow us to get him to flinch fully. Not quite. But we can just slowly use the riposte there to whittle him down with holy damage. As long as we angle it right, at least. Like that. And since we knocked him down, you can technically use the thrust here if you have Abyssal Anguish on for a lot of damage right there. In that situation. Use Full Moon Slash to iframe the grab that time. Need to reply our parry. We'll go ahead and get in here to do that. Go ahead and avoid the grab that time. Avoid the grab here. Try and get him to do his swipe. Won't quite have the time there. Well, if he didn't roar there. Let's see if we can get the flinch. Not quite. And since we don't want to, or we already have our buff active, we'll go ahead and hop on top of him here. And just strike directly at the heart. And you know what, since we're grappling to him, come on, do you swipe? He'll do it again here. And just keep doing this now. Didn't get the riposte off there. I believe ours just wore out, in fact. Go ahead and swipe at his heart here, though. Don't have any more stamina items, so what we'll do is we'll use our sour ambrosial meat we got earlier. And we've almost got him finished off. We were too low for that to connect, so we could get the parry. Parry that. And he'll do this. Keep swiping away at the heart, though. Almost. Our shield buff wore out there. So while he's doing that, And we can jump on him one more time here. We do that to avoid the wind pressure on top of, get some free hits in on his heart like that. And there we go. That's a cursed dragon down. Not too hard once you learn the pattern. Can we actually get in there, I wonder? Probably not. Not without a pawn to help us. Or to jump off the cursed dragon there. Or stack boxes. But we've got the key now, we can continue on. And I'll swap back on Kaledbolg. Lightning overall has a few more uses than fire. Some stuff's just really weak to fire, but a lot of stuff at least has vulnerability to lightning. On top of lightning can give you a stun effect, which is quite useful. Avoid the harpy-like enemies here. They do that cry right before they're about to go for their grab attack, by the way. So you can always tell when they're going to do that. I'll actually pre-buff right here. Actually, we can get one more stack, and I forgot we did have the triple version. Go ahead and restore a bit of stamina here. Lighten our load just that little bit more. And there's an eliminator. Oh. Took it there. I didn't quite get the full moon slash off in time. You can actually use that to get a free interrupt on them. Oh. Go ahead and heal up here. There we go. Was messing up the parry timing there. Use Auspicious Incense here to get back up to basically full. Full Moon Slash to iframe that hit there. And Full Moon Slash for the final hits. Not the cleanest eliminator fight, but we at least got rid of them there. You don't have to do that. You can just run by them, but more fun to fight them. We can survive this fall because of how much health we have in defense. So I'm just going to do that. It's the quickest way through that room. Some bloated undead here. head on down this way. And we can actually avoid these two. I don't have anything to punch through guards, so that would be a long, drawn-out fight. Unless I use something like Stone Grove there, which... not the best chance to get off due to how they function. Be able to get our pawn back down here, though. This is already repaired because of our previous playthroughs. That can have a mimic there. It normally has a lift stone, though. Hence why I wanted to grab it there. We do have one more auspicious incense on us. And on to the Dark Bishop here. There we go. And get right here so we can actually hit him with this. Where did he just send himself to? Oh. Come on. There you go. And we want to get out of that. That'll actually hurt quite a bit. And he's trying to absorb himself into the dragon now. This is the attack we're waiting for. And the jump... Oh, wait. Oh, no, that was. Okay. I just didn't realize it had the explosion there. But we can go ahead and get rid of the dragon with this. Didn't realize he can cast Maelstrom. So, one benefit of Mystic Knight. In situations like that, you can hold block. And that should finish it off, so we'll go ahead and cast Abyssal Anguish. Because I believe he is actually weak to dark. Also, Abyssal Anguish just does a lot of damage. It essentially gives your sword a chainsaw effect for the duration of it.
What's this? Lucky is the pawn able to fight at the Arisen.
And we do want the Rift Crystals from this guy right here. Oh, look, our Shadow Gauntlet's got Dragon Forged as well. Go ahead and climb up here, though. There's some level 2 armor normally up here that we can go ahead and grab. Oh, level 2 gear, actually. Even better. And we can head on down here. There should be a wake stone, actually, somewhere around here that we'll want to grab. Or is it just... I thought there was one here. It may just be the one I'm thinking of is in Grigori. Or not Grigori, Damon's boss room. And you just have a chance to find one in, like, here. Back up to average weight. Not for long, though. We'll deposit a few things when we get to a point where we can, which will be right here.
This could now where you have it.
Check and see if we can rarefy our shadow gauntlets. We can. Might as well. And we'll go ahead and put up one upgrade on the pants over here. And deposit all of the materials.
What'll it be then?
Withdraw a few more stamina curatives. And some more healing grasses. Go ahead and just grab 40. Oh, 39. Doesn't really matter. We'll grab 25 there.
What'll it be now?
And we'll go ahead and open up the shortcut.
We can still return to the surface. Let us not allow ambition to... Dare we press on deeper still?
And just slap the spiders there. The lightning actually arcs between them and kills them all. If you have a lightning weapon there. Run by the wraiths. And the leaf worms here. Go ahead and buff up preemptively just in case we actually fight the Eliminator here. I forgot to grab my lantern. That's what I was forgetting still. That's why I felt like I was forgetting something. Just avoid the Eliminator. There's a Lich right here. We'll go ahead and avoid him too. As you saw with the Bishop, kind of annoying to fight them when they just fly about. And the Liches will only fly about. They won't actually try and fight us directly as much as the Bishop will. There's some tainted pawns. It's a bad room to fight them in, though. Hit that right there. And we'll continue on here.
Have we sufficient
I need
stores?
to grab one more thing out of our storage real quick.
We're now from the effective and whatever. Now, where you have it, what'll it be then?
Withdraw. We need two things. I need to grab a specific weapon, which we have right here,
What'll it be then?
and withdraw. Where's our lantern? Withdraw that, and where's some fuel? There we go.
What'll it be? Now, no doubt.
Combine this. There we go. And our elite lantern is fully filled up now. By the way, if you're ever short on healing items, the first one of these little groves you can find has a healing spring in it that you can get as long as you have flasks and if an infinite amount of group heals.
It is too dark.
And go ahead and activate this too.
Armed bandits. I'll take care of the work.
He's going to charge us. We'll go ahead and do that.
Not allowed to knock you down.
Oh. Ow. He just ignored our moon swipe there. Or full moon slash, I mean. Partially because we didn't have this activated to make it have more stagger. And that's what I get for not pre-buffing there. And instead having a buff mid-fight. So slightly annoying, but I mean, we're right here. It doesn't really matter. And we'll actually use Blessed Riposte here. Reason being, even though they're weak to lightning and ice, I believe they're mainly weak to ice. You can use that to create a dot field. And we'll just be able to finish him off there. And that's the difference between having a buff and not having one with Mystic Knight. Go ahead and give these chains to our pawn, though, because these are heavy. There we go. We will go ahead and activate this so they can't follow us. And grab the armor there. Make sure not to hit or get hit by the multi-shot there. That multi-shot on hard mode will it will hurt quite a bit. This is another one of the areas that death is guaranteed to spawn, by the way. He can wander in here. He normally doesn't, but he can. But he's generally, the first time you'll see him is right here.
Instilled life and fight. Dearest mentor, I commend you now to rest eternal.
Okay, and he used the sleep move up there.
Master in memory, I keep now my side. She lives on. Your mirror in soul and body both.
And we're on to the living armor.
Now choose.
And you are required to
Stand
kill this
against
living
me
armor.
Or speak your wish.
Go to use a panacea to get rid of the
Offer your
debuff we had on
beloved
us.
forfeit, and I shall see your will done.
Go ahead and buff with Abyssal Anguish, and we use Blessed Riposte.
No matter my answer, the price is dead.
You can damage the living armors physically for just a little bit. But as soon as you break their armor, you can no longer hurt them with physical damage. They're actually resistant to magic beforehand, though.
Very well. If that be your wish, I shall claim my price.
Their armor is sunstruck.
But yeah, now would be the point where we couldn't damage them. Normally. Our pawn quite literally can't damage it right now.
Raw evil.
But we can go ahead and nearly kill it right here already. Use our own full moon slash when he does. That way we can iframe through his and keep up the pressure. Oh, was locked into antler toss there. He's doing Stone Grove, so we will do it over here, or Stone Jungle. His version is Stone Grove, the first one, but we have the advanced one. Doesn't look like it hit him there, really, though. They do have very small hitboxes, as you can see from how close we're having to get to him. Our Abyssal Anguish wore off. We'll go ahead and use our last healing item here.
Are we even hurting it?
We're not going to get that off in time. Oh. They do hit quite hard on hard mode, as you can see. Okay, he's casting there.
So that's the way.
We'll at least get the first level of Abyssal Anguish. That way we can do some more damage to him. Oh! But he caught us with a full moon slash. Oh!
Now choose. Stand against me or speak your
Strain
wish.
eyes against the dark. We may not be alone.
Offer your beloved in forfeit, and I shall see your will done.
We'll go ahead and pre-buff here again. We use those, by the way, because
How am I to choose?
those buff our Abyssal Anguish. I didn't let it fully cast through. One moment.
The price is dead. Hollow choice. Who am I to stand as arbiter of two lives? What would you have me do? Brought me here. You, if this be the will of the gods, the order of the world, then damn the lot of them. I'll tear the whole of it asunder.
Very well. If that be your wish,
There we go.
I shall claim my price.
Strike from the rear.
Funny enough, this is technically a Mystic Knight v Mystic Knight fight. With just our pawn basically standing around. Because living armors are essentially just Mystic Knight, like Phantom Knights. Go ahead and use our last healing here. I have never seen them use down crack there. Go ahead and use that to distract him. We at least got our buff there. Go ahead and use our own full moon slash. Make sure our pawn gets revived so we don't have to go resummon them, even though we're right here. There we go. And that is the only physically immune enemy in your first run of Bitter Black Isles. Is that guy right there. Go ahead and grab these while we're here. Just a novelty, but still nice. Nice to have overall. And we can go ahead and grab these too. Your first time through, all the items in the chest, other than the Bitter Black specific items like the level 2 weapons, they are solely stuff from the Everfall, basically. It's all stuff you can find there. It's your second time through that you get more unique items. Overall, at least. Because that's where you get more level 3 weapon. Well, that's where you get level 3 weapons as a whole. Your level 2 weapons, which are also Bitter Black exclusive. Level 1 weapons are Everfall top tier weapons. From the base game, basically. Go ahead and grab the Wake Stone there. We'll be needing some of those later.
I live only to see the dragon you claim to have slain.
There's a lot of good stuff here, so we'll be grabbing at least some of it.
By my hands, ere I rest.
Place is unremarkable at a glance. May hold more. This looks interesting.
Arisen, bearer of the dragon's mark. Undying corpse, enjoined to make your will manifest. If my voice reaches you, heed me well. The Arisen, the Seneschal, the whole cursed world, all is but an illusion.
Seems they're all
Alright.
abandoned.
We almost have all the chests I'm really worried about.
What sense is there?
You can get a lot of Rift Crystals here. This is one of the main spots you want to stop if you're doing a level 3 weapon and armor farm. There's a couple spots here that can spawn level 3 weapons and armor. There's one level 3 chest up on that roof there. There's one, that first chest we got after jumping across the roof. There's one there. And the one back there, I can believe, can spawn level 3 armor for gear. And if you're really needing rift crystals, there's a chest back there that can spawn a polycrystal.
Marrow of my bones. Some force beckons me beyond. I will make for it, though my body fail along the way.
Let's go ahead and give our pawn all of our weighty items here. That way we're not weighed down ourselves during this fight. And we'll go ahead and toss... Did we get any armor? We did. Toss any armor we picked up to him. There we go. Went from very heavy to light.
I feel not, but no.
If you can, you always want to stick around light. Average is the highest I would recommend going in weight. Go ahead and do that. We won't buff up here because you cannot pre-buff before Daemon. And he's actually weak to light, which is why we grabbed Cursed Light here. He's going to give us just enough time for an Abyssal Anguish. We did get clipped by the last hit of the lightning there. You don't want to perfect parry that. The perfect parry animation will actually cause you to eat the last hits of the move there. Oh. I was trying to move out of the way.
You've met him. He was my master, though it was 100 lifetimes past. When he came to face the dragon, he was given a choice too hard, too cruel to make.
We'll go ahead and use a interventive here. Get rid of the poison.
He could live with neither answer, and so he offered only a curse in reply. Those words saw him become the monster he is now. In granting him the cursed form he chose, the worm had held to its bargain, and I was the price. I was his pawn, and his beloved besides.
Avoid the lightning here.
Please, you must free him.
Nope. Well. Use our potent warish there. Technically, the best way to fight him, by the way, is to climb up on top of him. Pop a few parriots and just smack his face. Ow. Well, we'll just go ahead and use the Wake Stone here. See if we can't get on in just the right spot on him. Not quite. He does jump around a lot, so he can be a little hard to fight normally sometimes. And actually, that's gonna finish us off there. Yep. Well, little bit rusty. Been a little bit since I fought him. Also, trying not to do it with the parrots first, but I guess I will. See a very big difference in damage. Not gonna let us get that off. There we go. That should just barely give us enough time if he casts. Nope. Now he wants to. You know what? Fine. We were able to get it off, by the way, because we parried it the last second halfway through. That one you don't want to parry. At least it can be awkward too.
You've met him. He was my master, though it was 100 lifetimes
There we go.
past. When he came to face the dragon,
Oh, I
he
guess
was
never mind, you
given
can
a choice
parry
too
this,
hard,
at least this
too
phase of
cruel
them.
to make.
It may be the second phase I'm thinking of. That does that more so.
He could live with neither answer, and so he offered only a curse in reply. Those words saw him become the monster.
We're going with
he is
lightning
now.
feint, by the way, because it's more range
In
overall.
granting him the cursed form he chose, the worm had held to its vine, and I was the price.
Go ahead and use that hat. Or, Arspud sauce.
I was his pawn, and his beloved besides. Please,
See if we can't
you
get
must
this off.
free him.
Nope. Actually, we would have been able to there. Aye. Get above us. Well. Go ahead and full heal there. And fine. Rather than trying to buff up. Go ahead and climb up from right here. Also, our pawn with the augments I gave him should be trying to climb up themselves. Go ahead and parry there. Jump into him to avoid that. Since we're close enough. We did eat both of those. I thought it wouldn't quite allow that to go through, but it did. We at least got Abyssal Anguish, though. Which, since we have this now... Get out of the poison field. Let's see. What do we have? Go ahead and use that. Weren't quite able to grab onto him there in the right spot. If you do it just right, you can actually grab onto him to where he can't immediately hit you. And you can also normally jump up off of him. Oh. Oh. Like I said, it's been a bit since I've fought him. Especially his Mystic Knight, actually. Just trying to run to the side there. You do just kind of have to jump into him and hope he misses. And that's unblockable. I forgot about that.
You've met him. He was my master. Though it was a
Tried canceling it and just blocking that, but
when he came to face the dragon, he was given a choice too hard, too cruel to make.
there we go. Looks like he's not gonna let us. Also, I see what part of the problem was. Forgot to swap weapons again.
He could live with neither answer, and so he offered only a curse in reply. Those words saw him become the monster he is now. In granting him the cursed form he chose, the worm had held to its bargain, and I was the price.
Go ahead and
I was
try
his
and get
pawn,
this off.
and his beloved besides.
There we go.
Please, you must.
And since we got it off and we're on Curse Light now,
Free him.
not quite. And let's see. Go ahead, use that, and use this to get us out of the red health range. Got caught when I jumped there. Able to get out of that at least. See if we can't get a hold of him here, because he's about to do a special attack. Or not. Our parriots wore off, so we'll rebuff here, and we'll just go ahead and do this. This is the difference with grappling him, by the way, and hitting his head. Want to interrupt this? We actually will probably just kill him right here. There we go.
This object.
A clean fight by any means. Got some level 3 armor out of it, though. And we will get a Wake Stone up here. But that's the first clear out of 2, technically, for Bitter Black. I don't know if we'll do the second one, but we'll at least do this one. You don't get the level 3 weapon from that because of this being the first clear. You get a level 3 gear piece, though. But that is Bitter Black cleared, so we will go back to the main game now. And there's the credit rolling for the Dark Arisen expansion, which added the entirety of Bitter Black, by the way. That was not in the base game whatsoever, for those who didn't know that. Go ahead and purify everything. And let's see, what did we get there for Mystic Knight at least? Which one's this? This the normal melee weapon? Yeah. It's not the one I actually like. There's a lightning weapon you can get out of that I prefer. On Mystic Knight, you really should be having a elemental weapon, unless you're using the level 3 weapons. Matching elements matters a lot, actually. What do we want to use for weapons? Could use Wounded Heart there, but eh. Do like the look of that one. It and Dark Matter look pretty good. Or Black Matter, I should say. We use Golden Lamp. Equip our Viking helmet there. And go ahead and re-equip our armor. And what were the rings we got? We got one for Sorcerer, which never give these to pawns. Always keep those for yourself. They're not very good on pawns. Let's see. And knockdown and petrifaction. Resistance is nice.
There is aught I can do.
And set our own skills. Already got everything I would want.
Pray permit me if there is.
Go ahead and deposit everything.
If there is aught I can.
Withdraw just a few pariots. We won't be needing them basically at all for the main game. And withdraw some stamina items. Just 15. And as for group heals, we do have some spring water. So we'll be grabbing those. In like 2 auspicious instances.
Pray permit me to help you now as before. Pray.
Alright. And return back to Castardus.
Pray permit me to help you now. Sir, I would take you then.
Or Castardus. However you prefer saying it. I believe Castardus is the correct pronunciation, but I could be mistaken there. But on to delivering the Hydra's head. And we will not be going down into the well.
There's little use standing around here. Let us have a look at your quarters. Not even the saltiest fishermen venture far from shore, either. Slay the leader first! The roads are safer than the brush, but still, we best...
And this is by no means, but like, an amazing weapon. I just feel like using it. Looks cool. I forget where the standard version of this sword is, actually. I only think I got in the golden one on stream, so... Because for those who don't know, this save technically was started, like, from the very beginning, like, fresh. And it's been streamed for every bit we've done on it.
The road splits here. Let's be doubly sure of which will see us to our destination.
Some bandits over here.
The structure is abandoned. Let's have a look for supplies. Gain the upper hand.
Go ahead and do this. Oh. Try and do the strong swipe. Oh. Got launched up in the air. Funny enough, Warrior in this game actually functions mainly off their basic attacks for damage. Your skills are either extremely high but very situational damage, or knockdown, or utility on Warrior. And your best bet is, since you have the very good jumping attack for actual damage on like large enemies, your best bet is actually to build your skills for utility. We're not dealing with blindness.
Counter after they strike. This should change the stakes.
Go ahead and slice that one up.
They're left exposed after a grand strike. It's even larger up close.
And we're almost to the checkpoint. Which, once we get to Grand Soren, by the way, we'll get the ability to use port crystals, which are essentially placeable waypoints for fast travel, for those who haven't played this before.
Follow this road north and we'll hit Grand Soren. I trust like a... Let us go!
And we'll go ahead and
Quite the grand structure.
get our bison here. The Grand Soren. Bison, yak, whatever this one's technically supposed to... Or ox, I believe it is what it actually is.
Careful! A goblin!
There we go. I do like a lot of the changes that Dragon's Dogma 2 did compared to this game, but some of the stuff to Warrior actually did not feel as good as just what you're allowed to do in this. Like, overall, I would say Warrior is better in 2. But, Warrior just feels so smooth in this one for the movement, and it's not quite as smooth in 2. Go ahead and kick the ox here. Need to heal it up, which is, by the way, why we're bringing Spring Waters. I don't have the better group heal curative for this, so we're just using these. And that's how you can heavily speed this up, by the way. Is take a bunch of, like, group heal items like this. Those work on... Or the Spring Waters work on, the NPCs, even. So you can go ahead and, like, just keep kicking the ox to speed it up. Let's see. Do the auspicious incenses work on it? They do, actually. So I could have taken a few more of those.
Keep watch for falling rocks. Ahead,
So many twists, it's hard to see what goes on.
By the way, if you're wanting to do like a speedrun of this game, what I would actually recommend doing is prepping preemptively with items and just using the speedrunning mode. The only reason I wouldn't do that is if... Don't do it on your first playthrough. I would say save it, because you do not get to keep anything from the run. So, like, say you're doing Bitter Black for the first time. You won't be able to keep anything from it. Go ahead and break that boulder there.
We're exposed here.
This is a fine place to lie in ambush.
Go ahead and kick the ox just a little bit more. The auspicious incense should full heal it, so we're just gonna do this. Not quite, but nearly full. The higher its health is, by the way, the more distance it covers with each kick. Go ahead and kick the ox once more as we're dealing with the wolves here. And there we go. Should be close enough we can activate this now. Just about. We'll go ahead and leave those harpies there.
Stay calm. There must be something that will open the gates.
Go ahead and tap that goblin with Pommel Bash. Pommel Bash is mainly good as a quick melee option on like low health enemies, or if something's guarding, it will instant break the guard. Go ahead and break that. I may equip Corona Slash for a bit rather than Pommel Dash. We shouldn't have to deal with many blocking enemies. That was mainly on for Bitter Black Isles originally, because the living armors will block. Let's see, what else does? Corrupted Pawns, your Silver and Gold Knights. You have a lot of stuff that actually does. Go ahead and get rid of the goblins there. By the way, when you get to a point where you just want to relax and not have to follow the ox around, you can just grab on for a ride right here. Or Pawn be able to deal with that one. It does consume stamina to do this. So you can't do it forever, but nice relaxing way to follow the ox along. And just put the controller down for a second if you do that. It won't automatically let go of the grab normally.
This looks interesting.
There we go. There'll be some bandits up ahead in just a moment.
Careful! A goblin!
Get him!
Here arrived. Armed rogues. I'll get the weaklings out of the way. Even in numbers, a weakling is a weakling. This should change
Alright.
mistakes.
Enough riding the ox. Let's go deal with the bandits real quick.
We have triumphed.
And now we can ride it. And you can just hang on to the side of its head. If you arrive at night, by the way, there will be zombies that will spawn up right about this point. And right at the ruins over there. But yeah, if I brought more group healing items, I could have technically just kicked the ox all the way there. Much faster to do that than let the ox run on its own. We can go ahead and give him a little kick there. As you can see, he basically went nowhere, though.
Who knows what lies in wait? Let's proceed with caution.
So at this point, it might actually be faster just to let it be. If you have a mage, you can also command them to help you. If you're missing health, like I am right now. To where you can heal the ox. Or I should say have them heal it. That's another way to get around it.
We share these roads with traveling peddlers,
But
guardsmen,
we're almost here to Gransorn. As you can see, it's this city right here.
Gransorn, capital of Gransis. Shall we enter, Arisen?
And we are now here.
We've arrived. Walk.
That's the segment a lot of people dislike, but there are ways to make it more manageable. You can technically preemptively go to a spring and get spring water even before, like on your first playthrough. There's a spring you have access to, I believe, up in Dragonfire Grove, up in the north left,
She'd likely help us. There.
that you can go to beforehand.
They can
Have patience.
We have to go into the inn and talk to the innkeeper there first about pawns. And then we get to go over there. And we can now withdraw our port crystal. Or lift stones. And everything. And there's our Eternal Fairy Stone. Oh, apparently we get Ghost Tactics at some point. We'll teach that to our pawn. You know what? We'll grab something else for our pawn to hold on to. Where is it? Just in case we encounter an enemy that's a bit tough for this weapon. How weapons work in this is if you do not do enough damage to clear their defense, you will do no damage. Dragon Forged weapons generally will not have a big issue with that unless you're in Bitter Black Isles on hard mode. But non-Dragon Forged weapons you can kind of have a hit or miss moments with. And we'll hear about the Pawn Guild here. And this is where the game really picks up overall. Is after you reach Grand Soren. Obviously, Bitter Black Isles is a different story. You can make the game go from all the way up to 11 by going through there. Because you can go there at level 1, even in hard mode. I did not technically do anything special by going there early, except, well, it'd normally be a bit rougher if you're just starting a new playthrough. But at the same time, you will get leveled up very quickly in there. Especially in hard mode. Another thing I feel like Dragon's Dogma 1 did a little bit better than 2 overall is actually how defenses matter a lot more for the enemies. Enemies can be near totally immune to damage. Like physical damage, for instance. Or even just outright immune to magical or physical. And you actually, I don't believe, have that in 2, except for slimes being immune to physical. And that's only pure physical. Which a lot of the endgame weapons are like hybrids, so you can even deal with them. And rather than going through the normal way, let's see if I can do this right. Come on. Not quite, but still works. Just ended up face planting there. But we can go ahead and grab the port crystal here. Investigate the bottom of the Everfall. And you may recognize these. Though, the creature they're generally attached to in the base game is actually quite a bit smaller. But they infinite spawn here, so you're just meant to run away. Activate this gate right here, which will open up everything in between. And let us just run right back up. But no, technically you're supposed to go through a side path there. If you have a wake stone, you can actually just, even at the low level, jump down and just use the wake stone to revive yourself to get through this quicker. Obviously there's an ogre right here. Well, as you can see, we're not doing a whole lot of damage to it. Technically because of our weapon, because watch. Real quick. It's also because we're in hard mode. This is what I mean about defense, by the way. That weapon barely had 1,000 damage. Did next to no damage to this guy. we go from almost no damage to just steamrolling him. Because his defense is not anywhere near high enough to resist it. And he's gonna fall to his death there. I don't have enough to quite heal myself up out of red. Oh, I can use the panaceas here to heal up out of red. So we're not having to listen to that. But that's what I mean by defense, by the way. And how much it actually matters. You can also get around that with parries. Which is why I normally at least keep a few on me, so I can use whatever weapon I feel like. Just decided to do that in that situation just to show off how it is normally. And we get this cutscene of us running up to the Pawn Guild. Showing that we were supposed to be fleeing the entire time.
Let's speak with Barnaby.
And you can get that troll to, or ogre to kill himself just outright. Right there by jumping up. Getting him to jump off that ledge. It's a guaranteed kill as far as I know. If he does that.
A word, sir. Are you to bring that dog?
And there's our invitation from the Duke. Go ahead and skip the second half of the cutscene there. Do something a little bit mean. This quest gives you a few Wakestone shards. You're meant to use the Wakestone on his son there. But we need those for later.
It said he was named Duke before his cavalcade reached Grand Sorin's gates. Now, where shall we head? Even now.
To do a speed run, you need enough group heal items for the Ox. By the way, as prep. You want to stock up fully on parrots. And the other main thing you want to do is, well, set port crystals around. Get a copy of the Worm's King ring. And finally, it is having 21 Wakestones, I believe, is the route people normally go with.
The choice is yours.
And we'll go with routing a monster. Infestation. You only need to do 2 of these, by the way. Obviously, this isn't a true speedrun. This is just me running through quickly. I'm not playing Strider. That's a big part of the speedrun, actually. But, I'm not escorting Cornwall's kid. That's an annoying quest. Technically, it's how you get the gold idol. Like the proper one. But, unless you're actually trying to be completionist about it. Or get access to certain gear early. Not really great to do. Like, for fun, I should say. Go ahead and deposit everything from our pawn. Make sure they have enough room to carry some of our stuff later. I showed off what I wanted with Twinterfang here. But we'll keep it on hand just in case. We will drop off the port crystal though.
What will it be today?
And I'll grab a few more potent green warshes. Which you can buy an infinite amount in the town, actually. In Grand Sorin here.
What will it be? Have your pick. Come again.
And now that we've gotten that, head over to the hills here. Well, I need to go over one more. We need to go to the Hillfigure Knoll. And by the way, port crystals carry over throughout every run. Like, once you've placed them, they are there permanently for that character. The only time they get reset is if you pick them up yourself, obviously. Or, there's one other scenario, where you hit new game and do a complete fresh run. Those are the only two times they'll move your port crystals. And we get this cutscene because our port crystal is just close enough that it triggers the cutscene you get from coming here for the first time. While you're on this quest, I should say. And this is the Dragon Forge. Another Arisen like ourselves who was not able to defeat the dragon.
I am, or was, perhaps like you, a child of man, bound to the dragon.
And I believe the other person there is either a projection of him, or it's his pawn that traveled with him. And if you couldn't quite tell, that figure on the hill there is meant to be a depiction of an Arisen with a spear and shield, basically confronting the dragon. And by the way, if this is like your first run and you're looking for port crystals, there's one right there. As well as there's a bronze idol right next to him. Right there that you can pick up. Which will give you access to at least a few extra weapons early on. Oh, apparently our pawn already has the knowledge of how to deal with the ghosts. As far as that... what's it called? The strategy book there was concerned, so they can't learn it.
It is known as the Shadow Fort.
And we're now at the Shadow Fort, where there's a goblin invasion going on. And yes, it's more of an invasion rather than an infestation like they originally make it sound like.
Well met, sir. Sir,
We have to open the gate for these guys right here. So let us do that. And they are not willing to send any of their own men in, preemptively. Go ahead and deal with these goblins here. By the way, the reason I decided to play on hard mode here, it's so it's not like just breeze through one-shotting everything. Hard mode, I believe, is like triple. I want to say it's almost like triple defenses, triple health. It definitely doubles their defenses and health, but it may actually be up to triple. And that actually makes it to where, like, you know, you actually get a fight later on. So as you probably noticed earlier, our character level even starting out was like 150. Which, after a certain point, you can actually make it to where you can, or gear matters less and less as time goes on. The only exception to that is Bitter Black Isles, where if you just don't have enough damage, you won't even be able to hurt certain things. But otherwise, gear actually doesn't really matter as much after a certain point. It's more about what class you're playing and how, well, having chariots, and what you'll level. And by leveled, I mean leveled up as. Your stat gain is based solely on the vocation you are playing at the time. And I believe the highest strength gain, for instance, goes between either warrior or assassin. Depending on, like, for pawns, it's warrior, I believe. And for normal, it's assassin. Like for yourself. That ambush always happens there, by the way, which is what I was expecting it. But we can go ahead and get the people to come in.
Now, we must rout the beasts for good. After me, man.
By the way, to quick clear this for a speedrun, you do not do this. You instead kill the sergeant right at the beginning. Win or like succeed or fail at the invasion doesn't matter. All that matters is you basically participated to progress. Now, obviously, you still want to properly do it, but go ahead and deal with these guys here. We'll hop on down here now. Which, it's as long as you don't jump, you won't take fall damage there. Looks like a goblin threw a poison vial at us. Which, by the way, to get a Cyclops to remove his helmet, you grab onto it, like so. And he will do this animation and rip it off. And that's how you deal with them. And you know what? We'll go ahead and charge up an Arc of Deliverance right here. There we go. Hit a tusk. And we've almost knocked him over. By the way, gold weapons, when they're enhanced to at least 3 stars, get the debuff Silence. Which is why you just heard that sound effect there and saw he got Silence. That's about their only use. Otherwise, they're actually kind of not great weapons. Hasn't quite fallen yet, though our pawn certainly thinks so. And the Cyclops smacked some of the goblins for us.
A chance to win a trophy worthy of your skill, sir. Go, put them to the blade.
Go ahead and kill this one so it doesn't go and mess with the soldiers over there, though. Broke his other tusk. He'll be enraged now. And we're doing the jump attack, by the way, to hit his head there. That's his weak point. Weak points do matter a lot in this. And that'll finish him off there. Go ahead and use Pommel Bash there, since those guys normally block your first attack. Slash him. And we'll continue up to the top of the fort. I believe you can technically get this Cyclops right here to just run off the edge if you do it right. Or, you know, you can have him do that too. And we're just trying to climb up so he'll grab his helmet. Like that. Do I not have any more healing items? Thought I did. Just don't have any more potent green wash. We'll go ahead and charge up a Arc of Deliverance here. That'll actually knock him over. Break a tusk. And use X's slashes so he doesn't, oh, well. But so he doesn't, what's it called, hit us there. Our pawn just got launched off the edge. As you can see, the Cyclops stomping around makes our character stumble. Oh. And since we knocked him over, he gets into this animation first. You You do more damage by jump attacking, which is why you'll see me doing it a lot. With Warrior, at least. Warrior, and technically it's good for the basic sword as well. For just a quick swipe. And there we go. There's the Cyclops down. You don't have to fight that one, by the way. That's just me deciding to fight it. The only required enemy to even fight in here is actually right at the end here. And it's this guy. Which, you know what? Hold on. He's decided to corner himself here. Let's go ahead and do that. And he actually just jumps down, and you can technically set up something to kill him there at that instant, by the way, or incident. But you mainly have to have like a dot damage down to do that. But now we just talk to him, and he will give you a fairy stone in case you didn't grab your eternal one that everyone has access to, by the way, in Dark Arisen. It's just automatically in your storage when you reach Grand Soren. We'll go ahead and grab some more Potent Wars, though. After resting. Resting will cause a checkpoint save, by the way. You can always revert back to, even after in between saves, your saves at like checkpoints right there will stay. They're only overridden when you save at another point, or when you what's it called? You start a new save. I believe is the only other incident that'll cause them to reset. And there's Madeline there. But those are our two quests we needed to do for the worm hunt to be able to talk to the Duke. You can do all 4 of them, though, that they offer you. 4 or 5.
Not if it be that with love.
And we can just turn in both right here.
It will be my. The choice is yours. This is a high. His grace wish. No, you will also. If you have.
And we talk to him here now. Just accept that. Which, your pawn will not follow you in here. But that also gets rid of the rest of those missions. So if you want to do them all, go ahead and do them there.
Tonight the fisher knight leaves the humble shores of home for the head
And there's,
Let this token from
what was his name again?
garner favor with the leviathans within.
He's not Fornival, Fester,
No time for thanks, friend. The
I believe.
Duke waits. Sail on, dear knight, sail on.
The Duke's Gesture. Or Jester, I mean. Not Gesture. But, he snuck a crown on our head. We're not much taller than him. Because of, the size we made our character. Or, like, I had my character at already. I don't even know why they separated the cutscene there. We just have to take a slight step forward, and it initiates this one.
I fear your crown outshines my own.
But it's at this point that we are recognized as the Arisen, even with the joking and that aside.
By my command, every road in Grancis shall be open to you henceforth, as a member of the world.
And normally he would be able to touch, if you make a very large character, he will touch your character's shoulders, I believe. But short characters, he just makes the motion. And now we have our next set of directives to do. Which we go out here and talk. You'll get this cutscene there. We will be ignoring that, though. And as soon as you reach this point, his counselor or advisor will come up to you and give you your new orders.
By decree of the Duke, you are to be allowed free passage into the castle. This right extends only to your person, and you are advised to comport yourself fittingly. A grievous breach in conduct will see you removed from the castle, or worse. You will take your orders from the Duke's Chamberlain, Aldous. Speak to him for further instruction. May the Maker see you on to further glory, sir.
How fared your audience with His Grace, Arisen? Aldous Ludric Sorn at your service, sir. I serve as a Chamberlain in the Duke's court. As you may have seen for yourself, it seems His Grace is unwell. In truth, there is worry enough to make any man's head ache. But I fear it's of worse than
we'll figure out what that's about later.
Perhaps I ought not speak further on the matter, for my own well-being. I am charged with assigning royal orders, tasks of great import issued by the Duke himself. Pray forgive the bother, but I ask that you come to see me here in the castle whenever circumstances allow you to take on assignment. The future of this war is murky, sir. May your efforts help.
Yeah, the war against the dragon. Not really much of a war, truly. At least not in a traditional sense.
I speak. Pray, make your choice, sir.
We will aid the corpse in a hunting expedition.
No doubt you're
and we can go ahead and grab this as well.
It seems even should any justice.
Where we have to get evidence for Fornival's trial. And Mercedes wants us to protect the hunting expedition that we're going along with. Which, if you do it properly and do everything right, she'll eventually give you her weapon to show you that you did it properly.
We'd best ask what the men of the Corps have planned.
Well met, sir.
And you can find the people out front, in front of Grand Soren.
An ally who can conjure flames will be a great asset. Rumor has it salvation works with a man known as the Knight's Champion.
And a weapon of fire or the like would be nice. But we'll just have to settle for this. We'll go ahead and use this because it has enough damage. You can technically let the griffin get away. Because, yes, it's a griffin we're hunting. You can let it get away, and you will chase it to Blue Moon Castle. Or, Blue Moon Tower, I believe it actually is. Off at the very edge of the map. We have a port crystal there, but, that's a whole long segment. It's a very cool segment, though. I would personally recommend for your first playthrough, do not try and completely kill the griffin. If you want to get Mercedes' favor, you do need to. Oh, well. There's the sign of people out to get us. Those bandits there, after our hide.
I had a feeling you might be Arisen. We'll see if you...
But we'll go along with this now.
The Duke's burden is great.
Yeah, on your first playthrough, I'd recommend not killing the griffin just to it. When you do that, though, take a port crystal with you when you go to Blue Moon. You have to return there for one other thing. But I would recommend not killing the griffin on the first encounter and doing it there, because it's a cool segment.
Clear your mind of all but the fight.
Only reason I won't be doing it here is for time's sake, basically. Just so we have plenty of time to be able to do that, or the entirety of this game. Because that would... It's not like a super long segment, but it's long enough. And it adds up. And like I said, this isn't a true speedrun. I'm not doing anything super special about it. But it is definitely a faster than normal run. Especially with the port your main time save in an actual speedrun setting is using your port crystals that you set up preemptively. That is a huge amount of time traveling lost. We do need one of those goblin corpses back here. I forgot to grab one. Hopefully they're still back here. Stuff will de-render at certain segments. If it's not interacted with. And it looks like it did there, so we need to go get a goblin. Let's see, is there one over here? Otherwise I do know where some are. No, there are not any there. So we will have to go to a small goblin camp off to the side. You want to grab the last goblin that you kill, basically, right at that point. And carry him over. And place him right here. But luckily for us, there's one right here. And when you're carrying stuff, it's generally faster to do like a little bunny hop here. Alright. Go ahead and do this. As you can see, the griffin's flying in right there. Let's see if I have enough for this. I don't know, because it's hard mode. Almost. If I had gotten a headshot there, it would have. But we go ahead and talk to these guys here. Is the officer back here that we had to talk to, or is that... I think we're ready to just turn this in. Yeah, we are. Alright. And we head back to Grand Soren.
meaning do you suppose those stones hold?
I may at some point try and do an actual speedrun showcase on the channel. I don't know. I believe the speedrun time is like under an hour. In actuality. If you do everything right, it may even be quicker. It's been a while since I've looked it up to see what the time currently is for it. Yeah, you can condense what would normally be like a 8 to 12 hour game, like just general playthrough down to under an hour, which I know a lot of games have that kind of speed run. But the difference is with this one, it's technically mostly execution. I believe there are actually very few, if any, glitches used for the speedrun of it, which is kind of interesting. It's like Resident Evil, like most of the Resident Evils have that, where you can technically make it all about execution for at least the early ones.
You are well, I hope?
How's the day find you?
We'll go ahead and just pass days for the trial. You have, I would recommend swapping over to offline mode for this segment. It saves a lot of time. If you're doing a speedrun, always swap to off. Well, if you're using the speedrun mode, I believe it defaults you to offline. But always set it to offline, just because every time you rested an inn, which there are a few points where you technically have to, this being the main one, it does a server update for your pawn.
Understood. Understood.
2 days left.
Understood. Understood.
And we get the verdict as soon as we step out here. Which it goes through a whole segment of announcing his guilt or innocence. I believe he's found guilty if you do not bring any evidence back. I believe it requires 3 sources of proving his innocence to get him off the hook. If you're gonna stick with the save, for a while, I would recommend getting him off the hook, at least for your first time, so you can buy a full stack of parrots from him. Which a full stack being 999, which is the max you can have in your storage. But we go back and talk to the Chamberlain here. And we can also talk to Mercedes about the Griffin hunt, I believe.
I will not.
And now he's got a few more missions for
That
us.
require your attention. Pray, make your choice.
Recover a stolen item. And there's also helping Mercedes.
This then, it pains. Many? I have more tasks, but can I ask my thanks?
Which we will go ahead and accept right there. Which, as you can see, it teleports Mercedes to the front. So you can speak with her. And you can actually, if you have a port crystal at the Hillfigure Knoll, that's the closest point. It's that fort right next to it that we have to go to. Real quick, I can check the port crystals from the map. Do I have one right there at the other point we need to go to? I do. Okay. Moonbit Pass. The thief, Salamant, that we're meant to chase, you can do a whole investigation to find out where he's gone. This game's actually very good if you have... That's not the right place. I was mistaken. It was, I don't have a port crystal there then. Yeah, we'll just have to run there from Grand Thorn. But if you have prior knowledge of a quest, you actually can just go right there and do whatever objective it is. As long as you have the requirements for it. So like for this one, we can just head right to where he is. We don't have to inquire or anything. Which is kind of nice. Technically, if I had a copy of the ring he stole right now, I could just turn that in. But we'll go ahead and do the actual method. And since we don't have a port crystal there, quickest way is just head out of Grand Soren and head there directly.
The mild weather year-round makes Grancis well suited for human life.
I don't know if it's technically faster to go to the other side of Grand Soren or just head from right here necessarily, but go ahead and finish that bandit off there with a pommel bash. There we go. And by the way, I would recommend in your first playthrough doing a few of the side quests. There are actually a few interesting interactions with the main quest if you do some of the side quests options. Like, there's one for getting a grimoire for a guy, and he actually shows up later to help you out if you do that. It's nothing major. Like, it's definitely not necessary to do in most cases. But it's nice little things that help flesh out the world and make it feel like stuff matters more. And this is where he is, though. You can actually assist this merchant right here in setting up a shop in here, too. And he'll carry a few unique items. Or at least unique to, like, sell or shop-wise. And here is Salamant.
Well, well. The Arisen, toast of all Grand Soren. Does the work of all mankind's savior truly afford the time to go hunting petty thieves?
I would say so.
If you insist on a game of cat and mouse, what say we see which role you'll fill?
I'll get some things out of the way. This should change the stakes.
Go ahead and pick him up and use him as a weapon now. And that is something funny you can do in both games, is you can actually use enemies as weapons.
But alas,
Strider has some extremely funny stuff he can do. Well, it can do. Strider has a few skills that carry enemies up into the air with you. Well, a single skill, when you have it fully upgraded with the Bitter Black Owl's Ring. And it will carry up basically any small enemy to where you can just pick them up out of the air and start chucking them around after kicking them up in the air. It's actually a pretty funny way of dealing with enemies as a whole. We'll go ahead and assist Mercedes here, though, and then we'll travel over to Blue Moon. Go ahead and knock that harpy out of the air so it doesn't bother us. There we go. Let's get rid of all the harpies. And we'll go ahead and use a few of our large mushrooms there to get our stamina back up.
The beasts of these parts are proving a greater challenge, to be sure.
As you can start to hear, as we approach, there's a bit of a rebellion going on. We'll run past the fight happening in the center there. And we'll assist Mercedes in her duel here.
Viper! You colluded with Salvation to work sedition among the Duke's men!
Salvation? You place me in ill company. I'm a man of this world. Fantasies of death and redemption concern me not one whit. Now, legends. Legends stoke up the masses. If Duke Edmund were to best a second dragon, Francis would take the ascendant. But her neighbors ill want a giant looming at their borders, am I wrong?
Spare me your sophistry. The word neighbor sours on your forky tongue. Our lands have long sworn unstinting aid to any neighbor beset by the dragon.
Unstinting, you say? Tell me then, why has your Lord Father not sent your brother, joined by Hearthstone's finest steel? Why am I speaking instead with a bleating she-goat mocked even by her own men?
You will retract those words, sir!
Else suffer what consequence?
Else I shall wash my honor clean in your blood!
And you? You will play her second? I would welcome the challenge.
Stay out of this!
Yeah, he,
Made an open mockery of me.
It's an interesting aspect to use Salvation to his own, or to Grand Soren's own benefit.
I had thought I trusted you were above the base treasons of...
Go ahead and help Mercedes out, though. If you do not help her, she actually always loses
You owe
the duel.
a debt of thanks, woman. Your she-goat's pride is lost, but you've kept your head.
And he actually perishes if you help. Though you can revive him with a Wake Stone for him to face justice. We will not be doing that, though.
I fear I put on a shameful display. Lord Julian had the truth of it, every word. I am weak. I serve no purpose here.
But this is Mercedes realizing what's going on and pledging to still help us.
Hearthstone nor Francis, there's not a man in either who expected anything else of me. I knew it well enough, tasted it on every breath I drew. Yet still, I fancied myself a knight. Arisen. I will return to Hearthstone. not to lick my wounds, but to petition my Lord Father that grants his people receive true aid. I will not send you to meet the dragon with their fates weighing upon you. After, I shall return here, to aid you however I may. I am a fool. Pray, accept this token. I haven't much to give, but it would please me to know it provided you some small comfort on your journey.
And this is where she will either give you a cutlass or her own sword.
I must make a pitiable sight. I knew.
And now we will head off to Blue Moon.
I know it well.
Which I have my Port Crystal not placed in the optimal spot for a speedrun. This is for trying to get a certain piece of gear. There's a shield that can spawn here for Mystic Knight that I like having. It's a thunder infused shield. That there's a few chests down in that cave there. You can head down and try and get. It is a random chance. There are no set, like, you're guaranteed to get, well, there's mostly no things that are set, like, you're guaranteed to get this right here, unless it's out in the world. Chest contents are basically randomized within a set pool of items. It'll always be that same set pool, but it's not, like, guaranteed you'll get this one item, unless it's a chest that only ever has one item in the pool. Which, there are actually, as far as I know, very few of.
Tis the Blue Moon Tower, said to have stood here since time immemorial.
If you're interested in getting certain items, by the way, you can find maps online of their location and, like, the exact chest you can get them out of. Especially for Bitter Black. That's mainly where you'd find use for the level 3 weapon chests. And level 3 armor. And there are bandits here because of it being Salamet's hideout right now. Normally, this place is occupied by skeletons and harpies. Alright. And off the ledge you go. And this is what I mean by, like, you can actually pick up enemies, and you can either throw them at each other, or you can just throw them off a ledge. And by the way, if you notice how my health drops so rapidly, that is what I meant by the multi-shot that Rangers can do. When the enemy does it on hard mode, it hurts. Try and smack him with a bandit there. But our pawn killed him too quickly for us to do that. And we go ahead through the gate right here. Normally for the Griffin you take the roundabout path right there, but that's not this time. Go ahead and finish that bandit off, so we don't get magic cast at our back. And there are a bunch of archers. Ow. As stated, that multi-shot hurts. And there's another port crystal, by the way. Which is the other reason why I recommend doing the Griffin normally here.
Or do you hope to earn your meals catching stray wizards for fear of actually facing the dragon?
How dare you? We are completely fine with facing Grigori.
Let us be done with this. You've come to your journey's end! The Worm King's ring is a talisman of incomparable character. A vessel worthy of housing the whole.
Alright.
What sublime bliss! What heady rapture!
This is basically a scripted fight. Like, as soon as you get a major hit in, it's basically over. Because he does not have much health at all. Go ahead and use this War Shear. A, to get it out of our inventory. And B, to get out of the red health. So we don't have the muffled sound effect. And use that interventative for getting rid of the fire that was on us.
This is true magic.
Yeah, if you're a ranged character, you can just pop him once, basically. Otherwise, he's always just teleporting around. Funny thing you can do. You can technically throw a pawn at him. But as you can kind of see, he just teleports around for the most part till you slay. I'm pretty sure it's till you slay all the undead that he summons. Yep.
This is true magic.
And now that he's actually summoned for the final time, you can hit him. And it triggers a cutscene. Yeah, you can't hit him early. And then every time by the time he's finished with his dialogue, this will trigger. And we get the Worm King's ring there, which, if you are a caster, make a duplicate of this and give that to the Duke. Do not just give it to him directly. It actually is an item that, as long as you're holding it, gives you a slight casting speed buff. Even if it is slight, it's still useful. Just use Pommel Bash here. A, because they'll start blocking. But B, it actually does blunt damage, which is what they're weak to. And here we are back at Gran Soren, ready to turn in our quest. I just remembered something I need to grab out of our storage real quick, besides the healing items. One quick thing we have to grab. Alright. Grab some more Warsh. Let's see, how much of the large mushrooms do we have? We still have plenty.
What will it be today?
Real quick, deposit some of this. We don't need all of our items we've gotten. Basically need none of it, really. And deposit the chest piece, that's the main weight. Deposit these rings. We'll go ahead and deposit these mushrooms too. We'll just carry what we've already got. And we can go down to rings. Where are they? There they are. Grab those two. That's for something later. Something funny to do.
Rumor has it salvation works with a man known as the Knight.
Go ahead and use some of our healing wars though. The other thing hard mode does, by the way, is obviously buffs damage. Enemies do. I believe it's like at least double damage. Which actually ends up being more than that, realistically. Because of how defense works in the game. But, the other thing it does, enemies are extremely hard to stagger. You'll see me staggering them because I'm on warrior. But normal hits will not do it. Alright, now we get a request to go check out a waypoint. And that is actually where the, this port crystal right here is for. And we arrive right here. And we need to head back to Grand Soren. And we find out it's under attack by a cockatrice. Which they essentially function as the final tier griffins. Go ahead and activate a few parrots here, just to speed this up, since we don't have a optimal weapon. Its neck, when it's preparing to attack, is its weak point, by the way. And that's how you trigger the stagger on it. And there we go. Able to just deal with it right there. And you can just simply run over here. Talk to this guy right here. And he will teleport you to the Duke.
What damage have I wrought in Carrot? Hail, his great the Duke. If it is like you will then.
And we will accept the Duke's invitation right there. As Fester sits on his throne. The Jester King. Or I guess Duke in this case, since the Duke is the ruler.
It seems the office of Arisen brings me. I am come.
And he seeks to reward us. Do not try and pick him up, by the way. That counts as assault against an NPC, and you will get arrested for it. And you'll have to redo this whole segment, so you just have to follow him around. And you do have to follow him, kinda. He will not just go on his own. The NPCs will wait for you. It's one of those instances. So we just have to slow walk with him. As you can see, he walks very slowly. And that's what I mean by the NPC will stop if you get too far away. But we are meant to go in here. And he will give us a reward from this chest here. You will not get that reward, by the way, or the Paladin's Mantle there, if you give him a forgery, but, I mean, you get to keep the ring, which is the more important of the two. You still get these two chests, though. And we get a notice that the dragon has attacked a Way Castle. Or Salvation has, I mean. Specifically, the Great Wall blocking the drag. Or, like, the dragon's lair. So, we should go help.
Well met, sir.
After we grab a few more parrots and deposit some stuff.
Salvation is on the tongues of everyone, from peasant to noble.
Who am I? Have your pick. What will it be?
Go ahead and deposit this slate. These moonbeam gems. The statue here. Deposit the golden bastard. Deposit the mantle. And we'll withdraw a few more parrots. We'll just grab 11. We really don't need many at this point. Technically I don't need any, but it speeds stuff up. So we'll take a few. Just like we'll take a little bit of healing. 1 Vim. Extra just in case. And we can go ahead and give the Twin Terfang over to our pawn. And you know what? They can actually just equip it. And we'll have them give us Dragon's Bite. And, as you probably figured, we are just going to port Crystal over to the Great Wall encampment here. Which is all the way up here in the Barta Crags region.
The Great Wall. It was built to keep all manner
Alright.
of beasts from Grancis.
And we will just head right on in to assist.
Than the other holds we've seen. This fortress is meant to
You can actually rest right here, by the way, if you need to.
does look very solid. It is a heavy
If you want, like, a specific checkpoint for this area. And they will flee into the castle. And we are left to deal with 2 Cyclopses. Well, 2 Cyclopses and a crap ton of Harpies. You don't have to fight these Cyclops, by the way. You can actually just ignore them. We'll go ahead and hop up on the Cyclops here, though. Get him to get rid of his helmet. That one's rampaging about. So we'll go ahead and hop up on his shoulders, too. And there we go. By the way, this is how you knock a Cyclops off balance. Is you grab hold of the leg and then you can smack the other leg, basically. At least that lowers the amount of damage you have to do to his leg to knock him down. And we'll go ahead and charge up an Arc of Deliverance. Oh, he interrupted us just in time. Because we sent him into a rage from getting his health low enough. Our pawn's actually nearly dealt with the other one for us, too. Ouch. Hold it. Went from dealing with the other one to trying to assist with ours and just ending up drawing the other one to us to annoy us. Trying to hit the eye there as he flinches around. There we go. And when they're in that staggering animation, if you attack the legs, that is actually what triggers them to fall there. Just attack this one's rear here. And there we go. And we'll grab the beast steaks he dropped. Those are stamina restoring items. And the reason I equipped the Twinterfang to our pawn is since we're dealing with only skeletons and our pawn really isn't smart enough to use just Pommel Bash, they might as well have a blunt weapon. Because you can see the difference in damage between Pommel Bash and our normal swipes. Also does significantly more stagger to him to do blunt damage. By the way, in most cases you can actually stagger lock NPCs with just Pommel Bash on its own. And on to the Chimera. One of a couple times you are forced to fight one. You attack the goat, and it will knock it over. You can also cut off the snake's tail if you have slashing damage like that, which will trigger the panic again. And we've nearly killed it here. After you do enough damage, each of the heads will basically die off. And it looks like our pawn hopped onto the ballista. Basically parrying at those certain using Exodus Slash at certain intervals to avoid the lion's lunges, by the way. And there we go. I'm just looking. There's a few curatives that basically drop on the ground here. That can be nice to grab. There's a Heartspurred sauce and like an interventive that'll normally be on the from these boxes. Go ahead and use a few of our opponent warshes there. Go ahead and use Exodus Slash to avoid the spell. And just finish off the mage there. There we go. And our pawn grabbed the zombie there to make that finishing blow guaranteed kill. Your pawn will use Pommel Bash there, but they won't always use it at the proper place, which is like on blocking enemies or on skeletons. Yeah, you can just kind of bully skeletons with Pommel Bash. And always pick up bricks, by the way. Bricks are actually the best throwing weapon in the game. For, like, actual throwing. Throw blasts are the best for overall because of, well, they do ridiculous damage. But if you want to just, like, throw rocks and that, which do actually do damage, bricks are, funnily enough, the highest damage source. You also can't buy them anywhere. So if you want to do a throwing only run, save your bricks for bosses. And that's one of the, like, cinematic cutscenes, not an actual one, so we can't skip that little bit there. But we have to deal with the two liches right here, though. And to get them to cast, you generally have to actually kill all the stuff they summon. Or at least most of it. And then they'll do a little animation where they'll, like, get close to their ground if you're melee. That's how you're supposed to take them on melee. But, like, right here, this guy, one of them should be about to start doing this spell. Yep. There it is. And because we won't get many instances to attack them, we'll just go ahead and use some parries here. There we go. And now he will start casting. as he nears completion, is when he gets low to the ground normally. Oh, that's what he was doing. Alright. He was casting Maelstrom. Do not get caught on that. There we go. And as you can kind of see, the cutscenes are rendered in-engine, so you can actually have drastically, like, different effects go on during them.
However, it seems my regret will be short-lived.
Because you can see some of the items on the ground there, but also at the start there, it was playing the Maelstroms, like, effects.
The long night is come. The dragon's reign at last begins. Merciful winged.
And one of my favorite cutscenes with Grigori here. And I believe that's one of the first times we hear his name.
This is absolute truth. This is salvation.
And splat.
The rantings of an up-jump zealot make for tedious listening.
They sure do.
His ilk serves no role in what is to come. Only my death will staunch the flood of destruction. A task still far beyond your means. If you would face me, seek me out, and I shall allow it. But heed the zealot's lesson well. When the weak court death, may find it. Until then, I shall hold your little keepsake safe. Your dragon forged will speak for my diligence in that. The choice falls.
Which is where that lets us know that he is the dragon. That took the Dragon Forge's heart as well. Also, we didn't cause that. We're not liable for the property damage there. No matter what anyone else says. And there we go. That's that done. We are real quick. Well, let's see. How are we doing on healing? We'll be fine. But we can head right on in. You actually do not have to prepare if you're already prepared for the dragon. You can just head in right here. And now we tread the path that all the Arisen before us have needed to tread.
I can feel the dragon. We're near. Here, the rite will end, Master, and with it our vigil. There, Master!
And we will actually be running by all the standard enemies here. Just speed this up slightly.
Covered in oil. Monsters have made a shambles of this place.
But this is the Black Mountain. And there are unique enemies here, like the Saurians here. I believe only spawn here, and there is a bounty board quest to kill them that you have to come here for. And there are also hellhounds here. Those aren't unique only to this area, though. At least not in Dark Arisen. I believe in base game they can also spawn in the Everfall. And here is a Gore Chimera. Go ahead and avoid the spell there. Our pawn says as they get it inflicted on themselves. There we go. If you get the Gore Chimera to step on these, it actually instantly will send them down, basically. There we go. That one's locked in. This one didn't quite get locked in. And now we can go ahead and get rid of all. There we go. And it's just the lion left. It's actually quicker to recover from the airborne animation as well. That's one of the other reasons why jumping attack is normally a little bit better. Oh, it looks like the head grew back. Or the snake head, at least. Go ahead and use our harp spud stash. Or harspud. Not harp. And we can try and sever the serpent once more. I love the end of the struggle version that plays in this game versus what was in 2. The original just, it feels right. It's a lot more bombastic overall, I would argue. Some people may be put off by the electric guitar in a fantasy setting. I feel it fits perfectly for the game. Stand on this for just a little bit longer, as it was the final one left. And the door opens for us to go towards Grigori now.
Have been stricken.
And here we are. Such a cool area.
What is your purpose here, Arisen? If you sought to live, you had naught but run and hide yourself.
Our purpose is to fight you. What does it seem like?
But then, tell me, child of man, what does
oh wait, your person here at the end is chosen by whoever you talk to last. That has the highest affinity.
Pray to the unseen for a few breaths more, to raise grand cities from stone and spawn new life in turn. Mankind has done this, yes, and more. But is the tapestry you weave truly of your own design?
We eat when hungry, and we sleep when tired of eating. We kiss them as we want them dead.
Their kind is easy to fathom. They go on living from simple fear of death. But not mankind. Some welcome the end with arms outstretched, while others come to face death incarnate, arms in hand. I ask again, what is your purpose here, Arisen? One path to your survival lies in my defeat. Still my heart, and you stay the coming end. Another path before you is to offer up that which you hold most dear. Abandon all delusions of control. For the price of a single life, I shall leave this land in peace. As my vanquisher, the duchy would bow to you. Wealth and power are sweet anodyne for.
This is such a cool scene. I love how they did the dragon in this one. 2 kind of fell flat with the dragon. Interactions, at least.
Through just such a bargain. The decision is yours, Arisen. Now, choose.
We choose fight. We always choose fight. Because it's one of the highlights of the game.
You would face, but better still, your choice.
It was never a real choice. We were always going to choose fight.
Let's away for now. This way.
Yep. We gotta run to where it's more advantageous for us to fight. Can't just face the dragon head on immediately. And we're out of green washes. But we do have a few good healing items still. And now we have to attack the dragon. Let's charge up an Arc of Deliverance for him. There we go. Now he bursts through. Which, by the way, the Cursed Dragons actually borrow from his moveset rather than the normal Drakes of the game. Which is why it's so much fun to fight them sometimes. There we go. Now we give chase.
Now, come, Arisen.
Cannot reach it from the ground. After them.
You can actually throw skulls, by the way, to curse enemies. So, funny enough, that skull right there, you can pick it up and... cursed enemies do... or take double damage. But now we move on to this segment. We've got to, chase him down. Oh. Whoops. We didn't quite grab the ledge there when we were supposed to. So, may have just gone splat at the end there. Could you imagine that Grigori sees that? And this is his, fated battle? There we go. Grigori's doing little flybys, breathing fire down at us. There are a few chests here you can loot, by the way, as you go through. They have a few unique items in them. I didn't give that to our pawn, so we're still lightweight.
Know the frailty of the works of man. This hold once stood proud and firm. 'Twas the foolish decision of a man too weak that brought it down.
I wonder who that was. Couldn't be the Duke. Such a good segment. Or I should say, such a fun segment. A lot of people might not consider it like the best game design wise, but honestly, love how the segment feels and everything. Fight with the Dragon as the whole, I feel like, is one of the major highlights of the game. If not the biggest point of it. Except for maybe one part later. And that's for a completely different reason.
Seems this hill will get us up above.
And now, let us shoot down the dragon. So we can fight him mano a mano.
Fight! Cling to life!
And right about there. There we go. Just have to get one hit with the ballista on him to trigger this, by the way. And let's hitch a ride while we're at it.
Return to the earth.
I don't think we will. I think we'll hitch a ride on you to our destined battleground.
Your very heart rests here within me.
There we go. You can technically do those as the cutscene starts to trigger, if you know where they are.
Reclaim that which you have lost.
There we go.
Take back your life, the surge of blood that ties into this world. It awaits you, Arisen, yearning here within me.
Come on, give it back now. And on to the final segment.
The hour for turning back is past. The world will have
Well,
its answer.
you see the objective on the top left. It says by your own hand. So you know what? We'll do just that. And we will film with our own hand. Quite literally.
Such is the contest you have chosen.
Go ahead and take a liquid Vim real quick.
Raise your weapon, your teeth of steel, your blood-red voice.
And let's punch his heart quite literally.
Arisen, prove yourself worthy of what lies beyond my corpse.
And you know what? You can see how much of a difference that actually makes.
The will to do it, the soul. Slay me, and with me death itself. Stay the fires of destruction.
Our pawn got taken over by him. That's what he was doing there. Luckily, we're faster than our pawn.
This battle you have begun sits at the very heart of all creation. We are the axis about which the world turns, Arisen. Time itself flows with your footsteps. Have you come so far to be stricken with cowardice, Arisen? You have chosen your path.
This is the one up on the tower.
Beyond this moment for those who will not give themselves whole to their cause.
Down here. Alright, nope. Down you go. Yeah, that's the funny thing. You can still toss your pawn as they're possessed. It's the easiest way to deal with them. Throw them away. We'll go ahead and give them an actual cure, though. There you go. And where is he? There he is. Need to hit his heart, stagger him, and there we go.
Tis the will of the master that shapes the soulless pawn. You've trained them well, Arisen.
Hitch a ride on him.
Come, Arisen. If you are truly awakened,
And there we go. Felled with her own hand.
stubborn child. Whatever meaning life holds, it makes men deaf to all reason. Heed me well, Arisen. In my death, you've won a future for this world. But what that future spells for you, for all men, is a truth you'll find staring back from this world's utmost depth.
At least we have a future to begin with. Even if it is a bleak one. And there goes the neighborhood.
Arisen. You have
And I always let the cutscenes with Grigori play out, so.
Your life belongs now to no other. You've won it by rights. It is yours to use or cast away as you see fit. Remember that.
And now everyone who had their hearts taken by Grigori here will finally have age catch up to them. Hence the Dragon Forged who has been around for so long, he just turns to dust. And the Duke here, who was granted eternal youth and his throne, now loses his youth. Well, I guess he wasn't granted eternal youth, he had it just for being an Arisen. Arisen cannot age. They can only die by mortal means. Or, like, by mortal wounds, basically. And we'll skip that. That's the end credit sequence, or it shows us basically going back to Casardus. And here is what is considered the post-game that we wake up to here. Something's calling to us still.
Hard at work for his grace.
Alright, and let's re-equip the weapon we would normally get from defeating Grigori. You get a weapon corresponding to whatever you have equipped at the time. So, since we were using your greatsword right up until that final segment, if we continued using one, we would have a greatsword. Also, any gear you have on you gets automatically Dragon Forged. Go ahead and deposit all this. We have 3 wake stones to use.
As you will. What can I take?
And we will re-equip our rings now. We have just a little bit more left.
True. What can I do you for?
And for that, to continue, first, let's get plenty of healing. Because we won't be stopping after this. And we will grab a few parrots to speed things up.
As you will. What can I take care now?
And off we go to Grand Soren.
The disquiet in my...
Well met, though too, perhaps.
Wonder what he could want. Doesn't have to do with him losing his youth now, does it?
The worm put Grand Soren to ruin, even in death. I fear for the Duke.
Is it truly the dragon that is to be the cause of the suffering here? Or is it something more? Let's go talk to the Duke and see what he thinks.
You met with the dragon.
Yeah? We slew him too.
And don't think for a minute I don't know what you did then. I of all men.
What, just because you were too much of a coward to fight the dragon doesn't mean we were. Fearful of the light now, are we?
No human hands could fell that beast.
Says you.
No.
We proved otherwise.
You took the dragon's bargain. You conspired with it to wither me and usurp my seat as Duke.
Such conspiracy theories are not really befitting of the regent of the land.
Rid of me so easily.
No, on. Let's just set up something for him.
I knew neither age nor the sting of death while the dragon yet.
Just give him a big old slap on the forehead there.
Your Grace? What devilry is at work here?
It's just the monkey's paw effect of him taking a deal with the dragon.
High treason. This brigand has joined a covenant with the dragon and struck me with
If only we could actually expose the truth.
He will tell you the beast is dead. Lies! He has become its minion, spreading evil upon this land as upon its ruler. Just look.
Now, if only we could talk and say no.
The gates where once our city stood, and tell me this is not the work of the dragon's dark magic. Seize this traitor at once.
Unfortunate, all these innocent guardsmen had to believe the Duke there.
Arisen.
By the way, the guards here are infinite spawning. You're meant to run away here. This is technically the best XP farm in the game, but we're not gonna do it. We're already pretty high in level. But you're supposed to run down here to the rift. So, let us do just that. And nowhere to go but down. Into the abyss. You can actually fairy stone out of the rift here. All the gargoyles, Strigoi, and harpies flying away.
There's a truth you'll find staring back from this world's utmost depth.
The dragon was so truthful to us before, why doubt him? Why not take the plunge? Not like we really have a choice. And on to the Everfall. Don't mind the blood there.
If you would heed my call, prove now your worth. Show that you've the strength to break the yoke that binds you.
And this pawn here, Quince,
Please,
we may have seen them before,
my mistress gathered their
a long
herd as she
time
sought
ago,
her way through the
with
depths.
another Arisen.
She died as she was done. If you would take up her task, pray bring them here.
Just how many of these wakestone shards do we require?
We'll grab it. And no, we'll leave this just a run between us and our lowly pawn that joined us from the very beginning.
Are we truly trapped here? Left to wander?
Chamber of Confusion. Now our goal is to collect 20 wakestones, of which we already have, let's see, should be 4.
This place feels like no other I've known.
Yeah, I figured it was this one.
Evil eye.
And this is where, or the one that's implied is the original source of the tentacles. A much smaller evil eye from what we're used to. Oh, hey, Artie. How's it going? We're actually just about to finish up here. Sadly, you missed our fight with Grigori. Just barely, too. We had just completed it. We're just trying to get the last of the Wakestone shards here. I believe we need 16. Well, hopefully that talk went well. We'll actually let ourselves get munched on here. I do have it. Well, you can't use the key binds. Or the, like, hotkeys here. Whenever you're grabbed, but, let ourselves get hit, or munched on there. Because of the fact, when you're grabbed by them, your pawn can at least attack. There it is. Thought I heard one spawn. We need to cut off all the tentacles so we can make him vulnerable. Yeah, we're just going through the Everfall now. Yeah, it's not a good time to be a Beholder's Tentacles now, is it? At least they don't have eyes on them, so we can't poke them, you know? Ow. There's the last couple. And there we go. And he's exposed, so we'll go ahead and do this. Just a one cycle him with this. There we go.
Our business here is finished.
I know some people don't like the Everfall, but I rather enjoy it. Simply because of what you can fight in here. And how it's more arena-like for some of the fights. Though I do like what Bitter Black Isles did to improve the experience overall. And make it more of a dungeon crawl. And there are technically little segments that are sticking out that you're meant to land on, but it's funnier to just go splat against the floor there as you're landing. Bunch of Saurians here. There we go. And while he's blocking. Any Wakestone shards. Nope, just some secret softener. Do we have anything we can give our pawn to lower our weight? Hey, they were asking for it. They jumped us, not the other way around. Hey there, Bees is awesome. How's it going? Doing your best impression of Kirby over there?
Strength in numbers, Arisen.
Still no Wakestone shards yet. How many do we have from the Beholder? Okay, so we need 14 more.
Take care, you are soaked in water.
Oh. Well. We won't be using the Wakestone shard there. But, yeah. The hobgoblins in DD2 are used quite a bit. I do like how they made them more like the fighter class overall. See if we can get this one jumped down. We're just about to finish up the hard mode run here. Let's see if I can get this. Won't be able to get this off. We can at least do a slam. Have you gotten the master skill for the fighter yet? It's actually a really cool one. Overall, I would actually say Fighter's one of the classes that did get a major improvement in that one in some ways. I'm happy they at least kept their iframes. You have to go back to, what's the first town's name? Is it Medieval? Hey now, Hardy. It's not like that. Don't start that here. But, you have to head back to the first town where you... yeah, Mevel. You go there, and there's a few things you have to do to help out. And I believe it's after you, drive off the Plague Dragon there. Talk to the fighter that it first gives you the tip about the Maester skills, and he should hand it to you after a little bit. If you've helped out enough. There may be a few small side quests you have to do as well. By the point I had already had the Plague Dragon spawn, I was at the point where it'd give it to me. Yeah, no problem. Yeah, the Maester skills are a little bit of a pain to try and find normally. At least from what I found. Especially the warrior one in that game. That one's much more well hidden than I feel like it should be. The archer one, if you don't care about me saying where it is, I can tell you as well. I know where most of them are. That one's another one. That one's a bit more clear-cut as to where it is. If you want just a hint, I can tell you that too instead. Archers, if I'm not mistaken, is actually a pretty good one overall too. Though its is definitely like a more clear-cut, like you follow a set path. That's more readily described, so it's one I feel like you can get without hints even. Get rid of the Arc Hydra here. We don't have any fire weapons, so we can't burn the necks, sadly. Here, I'll give you a hint rather than telling you outright. It's, if you know the elf that you have to get the bow for, follow his quest line. And it will get you to it. It also leads you to a different area for that you may not find otherwise. So it's good to do anyways, even if you're not planning on doing Ranger. But no problem. Like I said, I know the only Maester skill they really made apparent, which one you get, is, well, one of them at least, is the Thieves, from what I know, so. Thanks for the follow, by the way, Bees is awesome. Actually helps out a whole lot. We're almost to affiliate. I believe we're halfway there. A little over, actually. Get rid of all these zombies that are right around the Hydra. We're halfway through the Hydra's health. There we go. Now let's see. Can I actually time this right to where we can get an Arc of Deliverance off on the head? It's an awesome game. I liked it a lot. I feel like DD1 did the story slightly better overall, but it's still an awesome game. So I'm glad to hear someone else enjoying it too. Oh. We'll just go ahead and use one of the Wake Stones here. Yeah, it is. That is one of the areas they definitely improved, at least some of the classes. I feel like Warrior got a downgrade in some ways, personally. But that's more because it went from a less overall fluid class to a more charge focus overall, rather than just having a few skills for it. Actually, if we can sever this last one. Not quite able to get there in time. Oh. Weren't quite able to time it right there. Oh, it's actually using its poison move. Not too often it actually uses that. I've only had a fire weapon. Use Exodus Slash there, just... Yeah. I'm just upset they took out some of the iframes from, like, or took out all the iframes from Warrior. That's part of what I miss on it, compared to, like, this one. Because you don't get Exodus Slash or, well, that was your only iframe in this. But the parrying is awesome. I do wish we had true Mystic Knight, though. There's one more head. Thought for a second it was rearing back for the grab attack. So I did the Exodus Slash there. Not quite. There we go. I'm happy they at least kept some of the aspects of Mystic Knight, even though it didn't fully show up in 2 in the fighter. Oh, should have done a second one there. Almost. Ouch. Get right up this head. There we go. One more head cut off should be enough. They were targeting the pawn there. Well, we can climb it instead. There we go. Yeah, fighting a Hydra without fire is, takes a little bit longer. Because if you have fire, it actually burns the stump of the neck to where it doesn't regenerate the heads quite as quickly, and you can get a damage phase in. Come on. Let's get to the Wake Stones. There we go.
Just being at your side fills this pond with vigor, Arisen.
Got 3 Wake Stones out of that.
What's this?
Definitely collect all the Hydra fangs in that, though. Sadly, this is the only Arc Hydra in the entire game. It didn't even make a reappearance in Bitter Black Isles, which is unfortunate. Because these are cool fight. Like, I wish the Hydras returned in DD2. That was one of the enemies I was a little disappointed not seeing a redesign, or like a reimagining of. Though the Medusa is a fun fight on its own. And I guess kind of takes the place of the Hydra in some ways. Not fully, but... Well, got one of the pieces we didn't get yet, or didn't have yet from the Everfall there. Though, thinking about DD2, I have to say my favorite new enemy for that game had to have been the Minotaurs. Even if they're not a particularly difficult fight, just because of how they work. It's such a cool fight overall. And a cool enemy to fight. Especially as Warrior, where you get to challenge the charge on them. Let's see, which hall is this? Definitely one we haven't done yet. Hall of Remorse. Well, Chamber of Remorse. Get a Panacea there.
Let's have a look.
No wake stones from the chest, sadly. You can actually get them to spawn in there. That's not the exit that we're looking for. It's through here.
Good day. Well met. And so, choose as you will.
And we'll grab both of these. And these.
Choose as you will, sir.
I love that. I love they kept that little interaction that the ogres can have, because that's something you can technically have happen just naturally in this game, too, with the first ogres you really find in the Everfall. You can... Technically, the quick way to kill them is to just get them to do the drop kicker right off the ledge. I'm glad they kept, like, the physics for enemies. Don't really have anything we want to sell. No, the ogres are another ones that I feel like they did really well in DD2. I like how they kind of redesigned them a little bit. As the goblin casually flails around from being set on fire by the metal golem. Wait, that's just a normal golem. Though, thinking about it, I would say the golems are another enemy that actually had a really good redesign overall. I like how you can technically knock their head, like if you stagger them, it permanently knocks their head off. And you can just have it roll around on the ground where you can push it. Because it's funny, you can actually get it to shoot its body with its head. Go ahead and use both these small heals. They are actually pretty rough. I will say that. They're a bit more threatening than they are in DD1. Partially because they're in enraged state, and they also made their beam a lot more dangerous. Oh, it's nice of the goblins there to help us. I don't remember. You may be able to. I know you can parry some of the large enemies. I don't know about all of them, though. Put the body all there, that way we don't get staggered by it. Clear out the Grim Goblins before we focus on the actual Golem. Oh, well. Never mind, our pawn's actually dealing with the Golem. I will say the pawns were smarter in DD1 than 2. At least I feel like. I really do miss the complexity to the pawn system. Do be careful, by the way. Some of the golem spots, they do spawn. They spawn in pairs. Give you that little warning. So, just keep your eye out when you fight one, because it may not just be one. There we go. Have to grab on right here to get the hits in. There we go. Oh, one of the major improvements I feel like, at least, that they made to the golems is the weak spots are not at the same point on the golems. They actually have multiple spots they can be. So, you actually do have to pay attention to the golem a bit more and look for the weak spots. Which I feel like is a big improvement, rather than knowing immediately where all of them are. Like in the first game here. Looks like we missed the Wakestone shards from the Cyclops there, sadly. We do have 10 overall. Unless our pawn picked them up. No chest there. Chest. Well, yeah, it's still the glowing spot, so, like, that hasn't changed. It's just the position of them has changed. Like, can change between fights. So it's not always, like, there's one on its foot, one on its hand. You know, like, in the exact same spot every time. They still basically function the same, just with a little bit more, complexity with that respect to them. Also, those torches hurt. Jeez. Go ahead and use that. Our herbs there. There we go. Doesn't look like we got any Wakestone shards from the... Oh, wait. Spoke too soon. There we go. So we're at 11 now.
I'll take that.
11 of 20. I feel like this is the only part of the Everfall I would say could have been improved more. Is I do feel like... I'm gonna return back to the surface so I can grab a few more healing items. But I do feel like they could have made it to where it's just you have to clear each of the bosses rather than getting a set amount of Wakestone shards.
Take a look at that. Here we the maker. Have your pick. What will it be today?
Also lets us drop off a few of our materials here.
What will it be today?
Yeah, we'll just grab 40. That should be plenty for the rest. Mainly used a lot on that Hydra.
No one could have desired such destruction.
I do. I don't have any videos other than, like, just archives of the stream posted. But all my live streams are on there. Except for maybe 1 or 2 from early on. And I was gonna edit those slightly before putting them on there. May do a full compilation of each run and segment them up a bit later.
This place feels like no other.
Here we go. Chamber of Apprehension.
Monsters arisen, ready yourself! Look there!
We'll actually use our parrots here. At least some of them. Well, essentially they are. That's the cockatrice. Sadly, not one of the enemies to return in DD2. Oh, I think our pawn had the Grim Goblins gang up on him. Because, by the way, that's something only the Grim Goblins basically do, but if you get knocked on the ground, yeah, if you get knocked on the ground, the Grim Goblins will sit there just wailing on you. At least sometimes. Ow. Need to get rid of that slow there. I forgot there were 2 of them in this segment, honestly. There we go. Had to tweak something slightly. Didn't quite catch it. At least I don't understand the I don't know the reference there. Personally. I don't know that I've heard that joke before. Oh, good. Ah. I had a feeling. Should have known better. There we go. And good, the other set of loot is still there. Gotta love autocorrect messing up the punchline of a joke. Just as much as it can. Let's see, we should be at... Okay, so we need 7 more. Actually used a lot more healing supplies than I thought in that fight. Hold on. This should be fine. Yeah. Gold is not hard to come by, especially if this isn't the first run you've done. Very early on, even, can be a little dicey, but it's not hard to come by. Not compared to in Dragon's Dogma 2. They made it a little bit harder. But it's still not that hard overall, as long as you keep fighting large enemies and selling the parts. There we go. And there's one of the enemies we can't damage. That is one change they did in DD2 that, in some ways, I'm fine with. Some it kind of takes away from it, but yeah. In DD1 at least, you cannot damage ghosts, period. Unless they're either grappled to someone, or if you have magic. Like, you can only damage it basically when it grabs a hold of a pawn, if you're a warrior. Though they did add slimes, which are basically very similar, except you can't damage them, period, with physical. And not just harpies, but actual succubi. At least this game's version of them.
What's that?
Oh, and gargoyles. Got a few Wakestone shards out of them. Yeah, if only I remembered to bring a hammer in for this segment. There we go. Now the real question, if the ghosts and the succubi represent tragedy, why are the gargoyles here?
This looks interesting.
Is it because in Dragon's Dogma at least they can turn you to stone? So you're stuck with them for all eternity, or back away from them so we don't get cursed. It's funny, the succubus variant of the harpy is the only one that can't put you asleep. It instead curses you with its song. What do I look like, a bard? We don't have access to musical instruments to become one. We don't get vicious mockery. We can't do psychic damage to the gargoyles or the succubi. If only. That is one of the things I'm surprised didn't become a vocation, since Dragon's Dogma is heavily based off D&D with a lot of stuff. I'm surprised they added Trickster and didn't add a Bard in, honestly. That would have been awesome. Get a party full of bards and everything. Though then again, we may still get DLC vocations. We didn't get them in Dragon's Dogma 1, but it is more likely in 2, because I believe Dragon's Dogma Online did have a bard. And they were pulling some aspects from the online. I know another one people are looking forward to potentially getting is, I believe the class was Alchemist? Yeah. So without the, I hate how they did Warfare. Warfare could have been so much greater than, like, it's a good class, don't get me wrong. But I hate still just having the, essentially 3 skills when you use it. It would have been so cool to have multiple skill sets for each weapon. To actually get the full, like, even increase the penalties a little bit more. Like the, stat penalties. That is, like, one of the vocations I do feel like they kind of missed out on. Or missed the mark with. At the same time, I guess I get the mentality, though, weirdly enough, they could have technically done it, because with how it works in this game, funnily enough, the reason Warrior only has 3 skills is because they have 1 weapon. In this game, your skills are directly tied to your weapon, not the vocation. So, if they had actually taken the system they used in this for the vocations, they could have theoretically done that, if it was an engine limit thing. It's funny enough, on the PC version, if you mod it to where, like, you can use any weapon on any vocation, say you equip a shield to Warrior, you actually do end up getting 6 skill slots because of that. So it's a weird... It's weird they changed the system like that to where they couldn't do it, basically. If that's the reasoning for not having it. Well. Well then. Any Wakestone shards? Oh hey, what do you know? you need to do to get the wolves to deal with themselves is just jump off the ledge with them. They'll follow you right down. Let's see, we should be at like 14 now, right? Oh, 15. So we need technically 1 shard and then 4 wake stones directly, which really that's just 1 more boss room. So we should be able to get that here. Because I believe we still have a boss room to go in this chamber. Right back here. Yep. And it's the Drake. That is probably my other major gripe thinking about it. I could have if I did Parriot buffs. Parriot buffs, and if I had a slightly stronger weapon. That is one other enemy I feel like they got wrong compared to the first game, is the Drakes. I don't like how they made all the Drakes into essentially the Frostworm here, as pseudo-casters. I feel like it made more sense to have them, like, split to where you had some that were casters, some that were, like, more melee-oriented, and then some that stayed in the air. I wonder if they ran into time constraints, and that's why some of the enemies didn't return for the variant. Because it does get a little annoying in Dragon's Dogma 2 where, if you haven't fought one already, a little bit of a warning. Kill it quickly after you get its health low. They did not do a great job of programming a enrage moveset for them. So they like casting Bolide at a constant. And there's 3 of the 5, well, 4 in a shard we needed. And don't get me wrong, I do love the, like, combat and everything still in Dragon's Dogma 2. It's just, it sucks how some of the enemies, it feels like were downgraded. I don't know if it was engine limitations or AI limitations or what for it. And the combat is still awesome. Sorry if it sounds like I'm ragging on 2 over this game. They did actually improve a lot of the enemies, though. I will give them credit there. I don't know if you have encountered any of the Lich archetype enemies yet, but they do make a return in 2. Technically, you can fight one right at the beginning of the game if you know where to look. There's a few set spawn enemies of different types. And that is one major improvement they did, is you actually do have some set spawns for, like, well, gear is set spawn, and there are a lot of set spawns for enemies. So if you feel like fighting something, you can just go straight there.
Tentacles renew without end. Just wait. We'll see your weakness. Let's have these tentacles off.
I really don't get the point of them even having the trip, like the tripwires there. Yeah, I mean, there's not much to worry about in the Everfall. Normally, you would go splat very quickly. The Everfall eliminates fall damage. Yeah, I don't get the point in these tripwires, actually. They don't actually trigger any traps. Or do anything. Just sever the tentacles there. And we need one more shard, I believe. So, one more... I guess? It's just... I do wish they did something with him, you know, to make it actually effective. Because none of the tripwires ever trigger a trap. All the traps are like, enemy triggered. So it just feels a little weird. And we'll actually take a fairy stone up in just a moment so we can quickly get to the entrance we need to go. I just want to check in here because I don't remember this chamber actually. Oh, it's another evil eye. So wait, there are actually 2 spawns for those then. Interesting. I only ever remember to fight the evil eyes from the one where you just immediately hit into them. I forget that, or I forgot that that chamber was even a thing. Where you have to fight the tentacles and then it. I do like how they handled beholders in this.
What will it be today?
Go ahead and take out 20 potent green wars just to heal up.
What will it be?
Take that. And... if you know what those rings do, you know. You may have an inkling of what's about to happen at the end here.
This will return us to the surface.
And here we are.
Hello. Yes, with them, you can summon forth this rift. I fear they will end this.
And off our wake stones go. Oh, time to plunge into the rift. I like how we get one back as a refund. And time to meet the Seneschal.
Well met, Arisen. I'll not waste time on rhetoric. Defeat me, and take my place as keeper of this world. You saw it awaiting you at the end of your descent. Aye, the same world you've traveled to arrive at this place. A world you may well know.
Funny enough, Dark Souls 1 in this game came out at basically the same time. But they were not influenced by each other. But they both have very similar story elements. the focus on will, like the will to continue even past like overwhelming odds, and the will of man as a whole, and also very similar vibes, like, and even influences, because Dark Souls was actually influenced by D&D as well.
What sustained your wanderings and led you here? I ask, what is it that makes you alive? 'Tis volition, unbending will. You are here because you willed it, Arisen. That alone has brought you here.
This is such a cool segment, even if it's basically a scripted fight and a gimmick fight. It is still so cool.
Consider the infinite potential.
And it's a very good, like, final fight, I would say.
Just as you call forth forms, so I command all life into existence. Call it divine creation if you must, but expect none of the mercy men seek in their gods. This is cold truth, the unbending reality of a world without compassion. The world and all its denizens are but empty vessels.
Are they truly?
In that regard, no different than the pawns.
Or is he testing us
Without
there?
volition, there is no true life. The world falls stagnant, dead as an ocean with no current to guide it. That volition is tempered by the struggle for survival. The decision, just like yours, to fight. Just as the pawns need a master's command, so the world thirsts for the will to live. Let us continue.
I forgot you can't jump over those, you do have to sidestep them.
Show that the temper of your soul is strong enough to command far more than mere pawns. Show that your will is fit to bind the fraying circle of this world and hold it fast. Fight tooth and claw, struggle now and cling to life. Show that living holds worth enough to fight for.
What would be really cool is if... So, the game actually records your favorite pawns, by the way, or the pawns you spent the most time with. You'll see that in the end credits at the end here. It would be cool if it actually gathers the whole party you beat the game with. And we get the reveal.
It is time to decide. Will you claim your right as Arisen? Or shrug the burden and seek peace in oblivion? Just so. One foot after the next, come what may. That is what it means to live.
And funny enough, you can actually turn back and take the offer here. It results in a game over, I believe. But it does actually have a different ending, technically.
Tis a simple choice, Arisen.
Also, I like how haunting the theme is at this point.
Accept the quiet emptiness of a false peace.
'Cause I don't know if you could really hear it there, but there was a, like, slight kind of melancholic chanting in the background. And
why not put an end to it? Praises of the quiet life are sung far too infrequent. That's a mite harsh, aye? Ever the noble one, you.
You're not without a heart.
And as we go through the train of previous people we've met.
Tis too great an honor for one of my stature.
Why this hesitation, sir? You've ought to protect.
This is your answer, then.
I would beg you instead.
This is the fitting way to do it.
All I asked was to be at the side of those I love. All
Because they're still coded just like the NPCs are, so you can automatically pick them up rather than having to hit them first. Now let's see, do we get to carry him into this final segment to throw him?
Come, Arisen. I shall meet you on your own terms, joined by my own companions of old. You stand now at its end, Arisen. See your journey through. To be victorious. Temper your soul with instinct. The forge of my heart grows cold. The world shivers for it. Know this, Arisen.
I don't know if you see the moon, like the moonwalk there. Also, it looks like he actually does keep the health regen from the immortal armor. And there we go.
Arisen, forgive me. All I've done was to test your will. It is the fate of all Arisen. You and I swept up in the current, same as the rest. Each tempers the volition of the next. And the endless cycle continues.
Yeah, it is. That segment is basically finish him.
And so, until the coming of a new soul fit to craft the will to live.
Funny enough, by the way, if you're too slow in that segment, he just blows himself up and one-shots you.
Until that day, may you guide the world ever justly.
How far have you gotten in DD2, by the way? I don't know if you've really progressed at all, so I won't say anything. But, people... I know the director had already said it was in a parallel world, but I don't think people understand what that means for the Dragon's Dogma series. Since technically each person's game is a parallel world.
Save by this brand's kiss.
Oh, you did get the... Okay. So you've at least seen that segment. Alright.
As the world's newest senator, use it now to vouchsafe freedom to your will.
Since you've gotten to that point, I won't say any more. But they kind of retconned a bit. And I don't know if it's actually a retcon or if it's that specific world, essentially, with how it's supposed to function. We'll probably end up getting more explained with the DLC when it comes out. But I will say it's very different, weirdly enough,
If there is aught you wish to know
with how they handle it.
you need but ask. Mourn me not.
Because I know when the game first launched, people thought, since you've got the Decayed Sword, you got to that point. People thought that was supposed to be its creation. It is not. Because if you look at that segment right there, it's almost a mere replica. of like how you're supposed to get it. Sure, you get it technically right after killing Grigori, but for gameplay purposes, but for the actual story, you get it right there in a very similar manner. And it really calls into question how more about what the God's Bane truly is. And, you know, we get the true reward right here. Even though you're invisible and you're not supposed to exist. You can mess around with everyone. You don't need to be, paving that over. And into the brine with him. Now the real question. How long do you think the Seneschal did stuff like this before he got tired of it? Also, notice something. The brine doesn't exist as long as the Arisen... Oh, I spoke too soon. You're normally not able to go out that far, by the way. In the normal game, I believe. I believe the brine would already be trying to take me right here. Normally. Yeah, we don't see him anymore. He's not where he was. Yeah, it's funny how you can actually still pick people up and mess with them. Even though you're not supposed to exist. And if you watch carefully, look at their expression when they get tossed. They just go about their day. Oh, must have been the wind. Nothing to see here. Yes. It is explained. I won't say anything about it, just in case you haven't seen the full stuff on it. Or for anyone else who watches. But it is explained at least somewhat why it exists. We don't get all the details. It's still left kind of vague as to what it truly is. Yeah, we can mess around, and no matter where we exit here, it still results in the same sequence. So, let's take hold of our God's Bane. And this next segment is the other reason why I say we know parallel worlds, when they mention it with this series, are not quite the same. Yeah, that's how you get out of that loop. And supposedly this is supposed to be you breaking the cycle. But it clearly doesn't, because we see our character from the previous playthrough. We do. That's what your character is not mimicked. That literally, the ending there where we fight the Seneschal is literally what you do last run. The last person to beat the game, if you're in online, or your last time beating the game. It copies your build and your pawn from that. But you see how it kind of merges the bodies into the pawn there. And then, wait for it. As you can see now, our pawn is us. The question is, which is truly there? Did the pawn take after our image, as is implied with Celine? Yeah, how the game chooses the beloved for the save is a little messed up at times, because after a couple playthroughs, this is likely what you'll end up seeing. Unless you specifically do something to counter that. And there we get a final epilogue. And now we get our stats from the game, as well as some cool depictions in different art styles. Like there's Greek, there's medieval, from like your Dark Age kind of style. I think that's actually also a reference from around that time period, but the slightly different. But there we have our total playtime, our date cleared, total deaths and pawns hired. And here's where you can see your your pawn rating and everything normally. Like in your save. Just organically, I should say. Rather than checking the menu. Pawn shifted to Medicant over time due to resurrecting the pawn and everything. But then now we see, even though I didn't hire a pawn, this save, it saves pawns that have the most playtime with us from the previous save. Or from, like, whichever ones have the highest stats with us. Which is why I feel like it would have been cool in that final segment where if you had hired pawns, it spawned a full party of, like, a 4v4. With everyone. Because those are other players' pawns, by the way, that are being listed there. But the real question with the ending there... I forgot about him. But the real question with the ending there is our pawn simply taking our place in the world and we're still the Seneschal, or did we break the cycle there? Yeah, that was one of the pawns we took through Bitter Black Isles as well, by the way. In our warrior-only run. That I did a while back. I like how that ending works there. Where it like... and then we get the eternal return. Which Eternal Return, by the way, is I believe it's the name of this song, actually. And it's funny how even the music is keyed into what the story is about. Of the eternal cycle of, like, continuing on. And people having the will and the desire to continue through even hard, like, the most difficult times. And see the story through. Yeah, I know a lot of people hated the microtransactions that were added with 2. Basically, all of them were completely like, you could ignore it and it didn't affect you. The one I would argue, I would have loved to see it in the base game, but I feel like it's actually worth a potential purchase if you love the soundtrack enough. The original soundtrack. Because personally, between the two, I prefer this game soundtrack, but both are amazing in their own right. They just have different styles. Oh, so you got it built in. Nice. I do like how they implement it, where it swaps between them still. It's not just one takes over the other. Yeah, both are good. Both have some amazing soundtracks. My only issue is the rendition they have of End of the Struggle. Which is as you're about to finish a fight, that soundtrack that kicks in. I feel like they did a much better job with this game's version. But that's partially because it sounds so unique. The other version, it's very good still. But it just doesn't quite have that same, like, kind of tune to it and everything. But both soundtracks are amazing. And there are some soundtracks that I feel like really shine into. I forget the name of it. It's the general combat soundtrack. I actually really like, as well as their key turning point in the story soundtrack. I feel like those two are actually really good. And both games are amazing games in their own right. I just really hope it doesn't come out that Dragon's Dogma 2 got rushed at the end, and that's why some of the things that were... Because, funny enough, a lot of what appears in Dragon's Dogma 2 was actually cut... Like, the Beastren and that were actually cut from this game. That's where the idea comes from. They were originally going to show up in this, too. I hope it doesn't turn out like the development got rushed again to where you don't quite see the final product, or the final idea. Because that would suck for such a great series to have that happen repeatedly. It wouldn't surprise me. There are a few areas where I do feel like it was kind of rushed. At the same time, though, it could just be the very different tone of the games, too. Because they do share similar elements, but they are not the same style of story, I would say. That's about all I can say without getting into spoilers, so I won't elaborate on that, but both are amazing games. Well, thank you everyone for watching. Hopefully you enjoyed it as much as I did. It's always enjoyable to go back and play this. Or even play Dragon's Dogma 2. Maybe when I learned more speedrunning strats for 2, I may stream more of that too. But I just streamed this one because I know I can beat this in one sitting. And not like miss out on a whole lot of stuff either. I should specify. Because obviously I didn't do the second run through Bitter Black this time. Partially because we're in hard mode, and I know that would take a bit more time, but I mean, it nearly ended up being 6 hours, even without that. I know we can, I can do it all in one sitting, but thought it'd be better just to do a semi-normal. We did clear Damon. So we did one run through Bitter Black at least to show it off, but hopefully everyone enjoyed. If you did and you're not already followed, consider dropping a follow. It allows you to get notifications for when I go live. I'll be streaming Wednesday with, I'll be streaming Darkest Dungeon. We're doing Blood Moon. It's like the 4th attempt. A few didn't go well, so swapped games for just at least one stream. But we'll be trying it again. And if it's not that, it will be XCOM Legendary. Or Legend Run. Difficulty. Iron Man. That we started. But, like I said, hopefully everyone enjoyed. And have a great rest of your evening. Or day, wherever you are. And I will catch everyone later. Have a good one, everyone. And thanks for everyone who also stuck around, by the way. Thanks, Bees is awesome. It does mean a lot to hear that. But, good night, everyone.